Hi, welcome on another stream, and hello Eastside. It's going quite good, and I've been looking a bit into this previous mockup, the second mockup. I marked the position, kind of marked the position of the center of the buttoning line, and now when I put it on, in around the waist, I think it's quite good, fairly good, but in here there is a bit of overlap, and because this is at center of the buttoning line, there shouldn't be any overlap, like those pieces should connect edge to edge. So in here, right around the depth of sky, there is how much overlap? Let's see. About half an inch, maybe. So yeah, I should adjust that a bit. Maybe I will go down to 35 instead of 36, and also there is I think a bit too much material in this section here, so I would have to shorten this distance. So I think instead of adding 1 inch to the existing measurement, I will probably add just half an inch. And also I should probably adjust the skirt, but that's something for later, because there is a bit too much material in here. So I think I should adjust this curve. This one in here at the top. Because as it is very straight. Like this goes pretty much straight. And my body is not that straight. Like my hips are quite a bit wider, a lot wider even than my waist. So when I try to push this into my waist, then I have this problem. So yeah, I think there should be a wider gap in here. Maybe they say something about this, but I think I will leave the skirt for later, and for now I will just take care of the upper part. So let's take everything off. This sewing machine can go in here. And I also want to compare those two again. So this was 21, this was 19. So 2-inch difference. Why is it a 2-inch difference? Like here, your hips don't lie. Why is there 2 inches of a difference? That doesn't make much sense. I went from 34 to 36, so it should be 1 inch of a difference because I'm taking half of that. So it would be 17 and 18. How did I end up with 19 and 21? I will have to trace that back, I guess. Maybe in here I made a mistake. I'm not sure on which one I made a mistake. Special features. Where is the front part? The system. So let's see, 221. Come back from 21 over to 13. Where is 21? This is the length. Now measure across from 9 to 21 on the depth of skyline. Have the chest measure plus the allowance for ease, seams, etc. We found 3 inches is a good quantity for general purpose. 3 inches is just... Wait. Let's look at this again. To draft. Okay, first operation. This should be the third operation. Draw a shoulder seam, make C, draw a line B to 17. Maybe the second operation? Second operation to 20. From back seam on line 9, Markov to 20, have the chest. Okay, so that's the problem. These are 2 different instructions, and this one says from back seam on line 9, Markov to 20, have the chest measure plus 2 to 2.5 inches. And in here it says now measure across from 9 to 21 on the depth of skyline, have the chest measure plus the allowance for ease, seams, etc. We found 3 inches is a good quantity for general purpose. So yeah, that was the problem. I added 3 inches in here, but only 2 inches in here. So I didn't make a mistake. This book is just stupid. Half an inch. So I should probably go with 35. And now I will have to make another pattern. Maybe the last one. Oh, this is the cut piece. Okay, so the third attempt. And another thing I want to check. How is the shoulder seam? Okay, it's a little in the back, like this. And I'm not actually so sure about that, because on these sketches, somewhere in here, especially in the measuring section, like in here, you can see it kind of varies. Like this guy, for example, has a shoulder seam fairly high, practically right behind his shoulder, but this guy has a very slanted shoulder seam, very way in the back. So maybe I should push it down like half an inch, maybe. This goes in here. So let's see this. And let's do the third attempt. I eventually will just memorize these instructions. Which side was straight? Okay, this one was a bit uneven. No, this one. So like that. Back on the line. Now I'm thinking uh, I assume that we say that something is online because at least in the past, internet and just telecommunication in general was pretty much only done with wires. What if we started from wireless communication? That just had wireless communication from the start. What would we say then? On the air? I bought it on air? Or maybe on waves? He's on wave again. Okay, commence by drawing line this. This was 1/6, and I will leave it as 2.5. That was fine. And not this one. Let's see, this was 2 inches in that case. Yeah, 2 inches. So I think I will make it 2.5. This was 3/4. Oh, yeah. If you have no measure on the back, 1/6 of the neck. O to 9 is depth of sky. I want this copy again. So depth of sky was 9 inches. So this one I will also make 9. 2.5, 9. O to 3, 1/3 of the depth of sky. This is up to preference. The division O to 17, natural waste. Natural waste. This is 17, and in here I did 16.5. This is 16.5. I should write those numbers inside inside the pattern, but that's later after I draw this curve. Natural waste and then fashion waste. Now square all the lines. Yeah, fashion waste should go 2 inches below. Yeah, 2 inches up to 17, 18.5. what do you know about kilns? How does one pick a kiln? I have no idea. I know approximately nothing. I tend to not go that deep into, same here. I tend to know not to go that deep into learning about some like some features, what to look for in an item, unless I actually want to buy it. And buy it not in some distant future, but more like right now. So that's why, even though I want to buy a TIG welder, I wouldn't know what to look for, even if I had money right now, and I could pick one up right now. There are just too many things to know. I can't learn everything about everything at the same time. Okay, what's next? Now measure off the width of the back about 2 inches below line 3F, so 2.5 F. Width of the back would be 8. No, this is across chest. Across back. This would be 8.5. Two inches below. So somewhere around here. And from this point, 8.5 inches. And then 1/4 away from that point, here. And then a fairly straight line in here. With 1/8 of an inch, 1/8 of an inch bib in here, So it would go something like that. Then from this point, straight line up to here. This is not long enough. Here to the waist. Yeah, to the waist. Um, 9. Okay, this is width of the back. Now measure across from 9 to 21, depth of sky, half chest measure plus 3 inches. Half the chest measure, so that, well, wait. Half the chest measure, so that would be 17 and a half, so 20 and a half. Now measure across 9 to 21, depth of sky. Yeah, 20 and a half. Up to here. And yeah, this was depth of sky. We found 2 inches. This would make distance from back seam. Wait a minute. This will now measure across from 9 to 21 on the depth of sky line. Half the chest measure plus allowance for the seams. We have found 3 inches, and the distance from the back seam at 1.5 to the breast line at 21 inches. That doesn't make much sense. This is 2, this is 2, and this is 2. How did I do this? This is 9, and here from 9, this is 20 and a half. Okay, so it's supposed to go actually from this point. This would make the distance from the back seam. This is incorrect. And allowing for this amount for ease, etc. probably lies the greatest feature of the of successful cutting. Come back from 21 to 13 across the chest measure 8 inches. Okay, and should I leave it 10 inches or 8 inches? Probably 7.5. Yeah, across the chest measure. This is 7 and 8. I should go 7.5 as I shorten this half an inch, because I think the position of the front of the sky is actually quite good. So 7.5. I think it's quite good. Let's see. Yeah, I think this is fine. How about this previous one? Yeah, this is a bit too much. So I will keep it as it is right now. So this will be 7.5 inches. And then it would be marked as also 13. Yeah, this is also 13, of course. That makes sense. 1.5 in here, up from 13. I need to buy a metal ruler like this, but in inches, because that one is in centimeters, so I can't really use any of the markings. I only use it as a straight edge. At least for tailoring, because in some other applications sometimes I do use the markings. Okay, 21 to 13. Outing for ease, come back to 13 and find the point 1.5 inches above for all sizes. From M to the top of the side seam, usually fixed at 2 inches. So yeah, I assume... Oh no, now I don't yet know where the side seam is. Okay. What was next? Side body seam may be now drawn. The experienced cutter invariably does it by look of the eye. Draw a line from the top of the side seam. Yeah. Top of the side seam. Wait a minute. This was top of the... side seam of the back. Okay. 217 on the line O36, hollow towards the back, 3/4 of an inch on line, on this line, 3/4 of an inch, it's like that, I think, yeah, 3/4. So now let's make this curve. This should go three inches and 2 inches. 3, 2. My kid just said she likes your long hair. Thank you. I just washed it today before the stream, so it's like extra fluffy. Side body seam may now be drawn. Draw a line from the top of the side seam back. Yeah, I already did that. This guide will enable the most, yeah, 20, 23, 25. The next page. And the width of the back at the waist is usually the same as the back sky. This is quite a matter of taste. Width of the back, the waist. Okay, so this one. This is 2 inches, same as the back sky. Side body comes next. Yeah, I should draw this line, this curve. Is that half an inch? That's a bit more than half an inch. Okay, now the side body comes next. Take out 1/4 inch at the top, advance 3/8 to the front. 1/4 inch, it should go down, 1/4 inch down, and 3/8 in this direction. 3/8 is this much. Uh, 4.5 on both of them. What's next? Take out 1.5 inch J for all sizes, varying this accordance with the prominence of flatness of the blades, generally increasing for stooping figures and decreasing it for the erect ones. Drop point G by sweeping across from here. This point as a reference and sweep it across. So that is point H. Top of the side seam, the pivot. The side body is now drawn nearly straight, deviating a bit around, a little round just below line, slight hollow at the waistline. Draw a line across from H to I squared by 0.19. Now measure the wait, what? Here. From half to 9.5 is 1/4 of the breast, from which draw a line at right angles to the to line 9. Okay, from half to 9.5 is quarter of a breast. Quarter, it's 17.5. How much is that by 2? 35 by 4, 875. And 36 was 9. Okay, I think this is fine. Although this could be quite problematic, because then this part, very visible picture, this part, it would be even more vertical. So maybe I should leave it at 9.5. Actually, what is this distance? This is 9. So yeah, it would be practically vertical. Let's keep it at 9.5. Uh, 9.5. And to here, and then 2 inches forward to this point. Then I have to square it down. And take 1/2 inch on either side at the line, at the waistline. So 1/2 inch in here, 1/2 inch in here. This would be 9, this would be 10. And then these sides. Next should be this point. This I will just draw by eye. Maybe from here. a bit higher. And then from this line, it was supposed to be 1 inch, I believe. Let's see to the instructions. Yeah, 9, 10. That's forming the starting point. Wait. In laying down those guides, we wish in particular to impress our readers that they are by no means principles. Yeah, hollow under sleeve. It is possible, as he is then able to hollow his undersleeve out more without producing any drag, and at the same time getting the sleeve as clean hanging as possible at this part. There is one point connected with the top of the side body. It is well to note that that is the shape at the top. It should always be the aim of every cutter. Shape at the top.
Sur terre il est de merveilleux matins clairs. Je savais que pour moi ta chanson chanterait notre joie.
Okay, 4 parts. These parts are ready. So we will now proceed to apply the front shoulder measure. First deduct this. Okay, front shoulder. Front shoulder. I don't exactly remember what I used before. And this is 2. And this is also 2. So front shoulder was supposed to be this. And up to here. This is 12. Front shoulder. Okay, that makes sense. 12. Again, here. Up to here is 12. So again, let's measure that. Is this correct? Yeah, seems correct. Measure that. maybe like this. Here to the top of the neck point, and from here to 12. And in here, instead of adding 1 inch, I will add half an inch. So this will end up something like that. And this should be the point C. Then to B, the 4 part, yes, sweep from 21, varying this according to the parameter of flatness of the chest. Only half an inch, but must be remembered that whatever is added on this way, we have to work up in making, pressed back over the prominence of the breast. It does not require but a straight line to fit it at that part. There is an add. And press back over prominence of the breast. For it will be at once. For it will at once be seen that to add more to produce a rounder front, and as every figure is hollow down the center, it does not require only but the straight line to fit it to that part. Okay, having fixed the next point, we turn our attention to the over-shoulder measure and apply it by first deducting the distance from half to A and sweep the remainder to 13. Okay, over the shoulder was 17.5. From here to roughly here. And then here to here. Again. Here to here. Here to here. And 17.5. Putting a finger at 1.5 before sweeping. Now measure width of the back to shoulder seam from this to this and make the front shoulder at interval, say, 1/4 inch narrower. Okay, this is roughly 7. So it should go right up to here. And then round it over by 1/4 inch. ¼ inch narrower, round it a good 1/2 inch near B. So yeah, let's do it 1/4 inch. About 1/4. And now I'm thinking that it should probably go, I should probably deduct less than 1/4 in here. Just because I'm rounding it over by less than half an inch. So this was point C, this was point B. Somewhere in here was A. Yes, now I can draw this line. A good 1/2 inch front of the sky may now be formed. A well-shaped sky should have as much horseshoe shape as possible, particularly hollow at just above 13. Now measure from C to D 1/6 of the neck measure as previously fixed. So this was 2.5. Let's do 2.5 in here. This is roughly parallel. And 2.5. It goes up to here. This is mark D. And then sweep it down. From here up to somewhere in here. Now E, and I also want to draw a line from 20.5 up to D. No, not up to D. Up to C. And this I will need for something. I don't remember what. Or maybe actually up to D. Then down to 22. Where is 22? More below 22. There is nothing about 22, but I think I will just leave it 22. Did I leave it in here? I assume. Waist. It would be 32 in here. I don't see it in here. Okay. Let's look for it. 22. Width of the back shoulder seam. Now across from C to D. From 21 to 22. And this is front of the sky. For this class of figure, at 1.5 sweeping from 21. There was something about the waist somewhere. Maybe I skipped it? Maybe it was somewhere in here? This was 22. I don't see 22 in here. Waist 32. 32, half of that is 16. And I assume +1. This was 2. No, this was 1.5. 16, 17, 18. No, 16, 17, 18 and a half, 19 and a half, and then 1.5, add 1.5 just because for seams, I assume. Side body, 4 part. Where is 22? Yeah, this is the gorge. Now measure across the waist, how the same for making 2 or 2.5 inches and continue from line. Okay, now measure across the waist, allows the same for marking at the chest. That's interesting. Allow the same for making as at the chest. And they then specify 2 or 2.5 inches. But in here, where was 21? And the distance from back seam at 1.5 to the breast line at 21 in allotting amount for ease. Now measure across from 9 to 21 the depth of sky, or on the depth of sky line, and the half chest measure plus allowance for seams. We have found 3 inches a good quantity for general purpose. So in here they say 3 inches, to add 3 inches, and in here that I should to add the same amount, and it's 2 to 2.5. Maybe this is a mistake, a typo, and they meant actually 2.5, 2 to 2.5, or we have found that 2 inches is a good quantity for general purpose. But this is actually consistent. 21, I think this is consistent with all the measurements. Uh, 22. let's see, 22 minus 1 minus 1.5 minus 1 again, that's 18.5. Eighteen and a half. Yeah, this is 1.5, this is 1. 18.5. 36 is 16. Oh, so yeah, that is correct. Minus 16 is 2.5, okay. So they did at 3 inches in here and 2.5 in here. Maybe I will check also that. So this was the chest measure, like a standard chest measure, and here was 36. So 36, half of that is 18. Plus, or maybe 22, 21. 21 minus half. So in here they also added 2.5, not 3, I think. What am I looking for? 32. And that pattern was, I don't remember. But looks like this angle is coming away, so it was probably also 22. So it would go up to here. Uh, 24, 23, 24. Oh, this is 25, 26, okay. And this was the copy. Now, let's move further. What's the time? Well, 1.5 hours. Now measure across the waist. 2 or 2.5 inches. Continue line from 21 to 22, which finds the actual center of the front. From 21 to 22, center of the front, such as lapel seam. I is made rather below 22 than H. Is below the waist at 4.5. Okay, so now I can draw this curve, or maybe not a curve. First I can make this line. And I rather below H. And then 1.5 inches, if I remember correctly. Or maybe I could leave it like that for now and draw the skirt again. I could even use this as a rough guide. So the line goes from H then 1 inch away. This is 9, this is 1. And then draw a line from H through this point. And I can just copy this, roughly copy. This is the second one, right? Right. Okay, and this continues up here. And the skirt, special features. Where was about the edge? For double stitched, 1.5. So to be on the safe side, let's go for 1.5 here, and probably here. So this should go up to here. Through this point. And up to here. This point should be half an inch below. I can copy this one. Okay, this should go, I think, a bit lower. Let's read a bit more about skirt system. Now measure off the length 37, double stitched, button arrange. Now comes the great point of the style, sweep across to touch master hand. Special features. Is there anything about about some different shapes. Any details about the skirt? Frog skirt, back skirt, sleeve system. Morning coat skirt. The run of the morning coat is quite matter of taste, as some liking them cut away very sharply, whilst others consider style shown the best as the best taste, and as avoiding those extremes of style which always make the garments conspicuous. In making, it is advisable to put facing down and to leave good pleat with the lining cover, putting the part from F to G. F to G. Okay, F to G. To a point just above A, and so lining the fullness over the hip. The opposite one should also work forward onto hips, onto something hips. The beginnings of the words in here are cut off. This is not scanned properly, so it's quite hard to read. Putting that part from F to G on quite plain, and nicely distributing fullness from G to a point just above A. Landing the fullness over the hip. Dress coat skirt. Maybe somewhere in here. Allowance from making comes next. No matter upon which judgment must be exercised, the amount allowed must be decided first by the substance or thickness of the material, and next the amount of ease required by the customer, as close as a cloth. Yeah, they don't say anything about the seam allowance. The spring over the hips and seat. Much that has been said in detail with waist suppression applies with equal force to this. Our plan of getting this by direct measurements has already described, but we seldom use it. Proceed to describe our plan as usual. Our usual plan, which is to square down from the fashion waist 9 inches to the spring out from 1 to what they are, which diagram they are talking about, waist suppression. Spring out from 1 to 1.5 inches more or less if the seat is more or less prominent. Let's start again from waist suppression. This is a somewhat difficult point. Yeah, very difficult. We have never yet seen a satisfactory plan to obtaining the correct quantity of waste suppression in such simple and practical method as to commend itself to the mind of the cutter in daily practice. In dealing with suppression at any part, it is always necessary to remember that to suppress at one part means to produce fullness in another. The principle of which the waste suppression must be based is to provide receptacle for the prominence of the body. In making the suppression between back and side body, I need suppression between the entire body and the skirt, I think. If this is not done sufficiently, there is fullness produced directly above and below the plates, causing the coat to stand away at the waist. Wait, if this is not done sufficiently, there is fullness produced directly above and below the plates, causing the coat to stand away at the waist. And to be full at top at the top of the side seam. And the reverse would be the case if the suppression was too much. A fullness of the plates would be produced. This then, in principle, the waist. If this is not done sufficiently, there is fullness produced directly above and below the blades. This then is the principle of waist suppression, and long as it done with due regard to the proportion of the figure, it will have no effect on any other part. But as soon as it is done in excessive or insufficient quantities, then it will produce results on the lower part of the coat similar to variation of balance, length and length of the shoulders. Our plan then for body coats may be gathered from various diagrams in this work and consists in taking out 1 inch between the line by which all lines squared across to back seam at the waist. And then about 1.5 inch between the back and side body, varying according to flatness of prominence of the blades. As we have advocated direct measures for all other parts, we briefly indicate the best plan of adopting these principles: suppression waist, square down from the front of the sky so point L, to the waist and hips as MN. Okay. Next, square down from the width of the back at the waist. Now I'm thinking about this part. This is 6. 7, 16, 17, okay. About this part, this doesn't make much sense to me, actually, because there is this part brought together, but there is nothing on the skirt. So the skirt obviously won't match. In here there is a pleat. On the skirt. And in here there is no pleat, no pleat, and no pleat. Hollow out waist seam over the hips, 1 inch, drop fronts the skirt. Okay, this M 9 inches. Okay, here taking out 1/2 inch. This is 36. Morning coat for corpulent figures. The skirt again. Oh, drape. Okay. Take a 1/4 inch between the skirt and the forepart of the hips. One to 1¼ inch at K. What is that? Oh, roll color, cut on, cut off. I don't care. Anything interesting about this skirt? I think this is too far. What was that? Some table? Something about military. What's that? Cutting from cloth. First note that if there is any way to wool. Adopting our patterns. Length, slight additions to the length of sleeves, length of the vest, length of the trousers may be made at the bottom, but in extreme cases length should be added to sleeve. How about the elbow? Next. Nothing interesting in here. Other books. Cutter's Practical Guide, Defects and Their Remedies. Maybe I should look for that book. Practical Tailoring, Part 5, Body Codes. Okay, so there is nothing special about this skirt written anywhere. So I think I will just roughly by eye take out maybe 3/4 or maybe a bit less than 3/4. This goes up and down from here, and here across and down. Okay, so another one is done. And I want to, it's not here, I want to look for this practical tailoring, also from the same author. Okay, so this was 22. I will write all of those numbers inside the pattern. This was also 2.5. This was 16.5. And this was 18. Okay, so this is pattern number 3. This was front shoulder plus half an inch. Any other modifications? I don't think so. So let's cut that out, and then I will look for this other book. Maybe in there I will find some useful tips. That part is ready. Oh, this one is also number 3. This was 3. Yeah, this was 3. This was 2. It can go in here. This goes in here, and then the 4 part. And this is also ready. I probably won't be able to do anything out of this anymore. So let's put it away over here. This is the newest pattern, and I can also do some research. Okay. Archive. What's happening? No, now it's loading. No elements found. I have to use a mouse. Horrible. What was that called again? Practical tailoring? Other books from the same author. A danger to guard against is in describing a figure as disproportionate, which is nearly normal. Taylor's treatment. I think I passed it. Oh, it's in here. So yeah, practical tailoring. Mouse is best anyhow. No, mouse is the worst. Oh, I'm not writing. Practical tailoring. Body coats. Let's see. This is the same one. Yeah, to making, this is the same one that I'm using. Maybe just practical tailoring. Enter. Oh, not this layer. Practical designer. Yeah, I don't see anything. There's practical guide, practical guide. Yeah, there is no there is no practical tailoring part 4, part 5 even. Let's put this away. This away, this. Yeah, this fabric will last for one more, I think, one more test, one more mock-up. Projects, this is done. Yeah, mouse is definitely not the best, because one of the things that I hate about streaming from my laptop is that I don't have all of my setup centered around keyboard, all of my setup for streaming. So I have to use a mouse to, for example, start stuff in OBS, and it's horrible. It's so much hassle. Normally I can just press a single keybind and start everything. And here I can't. How to arrange this? I could arrange this just like that, but that's wasting a lot of fabric. And even though I'm not gonna do probably anything, at least for this mock-up, this project, and I won't do anything with that fabric, I still want to keep the most of it. Maybe this way? No, this won't make sense. Hmm. I'm not sure if this is wasting glass. There is this big part. Yeah, I think this is better. And the other way, this for example, this. Is this the best? Seems to waste the least amount of material between those pieces. I was doing laundry yesterday and now this stain in here on the calf is much paler. I think it will mostly disappear after a while. It's quite interesting that when you want to dye something, the color never stays. But if you have a stain that you want to clean, then this stain is like the most persistent coloring substance ever. This is also done. And now the side body. These can go back into the drawer. Oh, I can see it wasn't that visible. I should adjust the camera. I kind of forgot that I changed it. Or even actually forgot, not only kind of. I was confused for a minute about this distance, but then I remembered that, of course, they are not actually arranged normally. This is also done. Now this one, the 4 parts. And the side seam. And the last part, I can cut that off and that. Okay, this is ready. And let's attach everything together. I, I'm actually kind of worried that I will finish too early, because if this fits, then I'm not sure what I'm gonna do next. I could do this guide again, but I don't care enough. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do next, if this one will fit properly, because I don't think I'm gonna be doing the actual proper fabric today. I'm a bit scared, to be honest, to go straight to the to actual fabric. You know, I would probably have to finish this, and then look it in the mirror in probably tomorrow in the morning, with natural light, with actual mirror, not the camera, to see if everything looks properly. Then you'll have some time to relax. Yeah, but what am I gonna do on stream? If I had my RAM, then I would play some Minecraft, but I don't, and I can't play anything on the laptop because it will explode. So I guess I will have to just end the stream early. I will probably have to do some skirt adjustments to make it fit properly. Then you'll say GTFO and turn it off. Now I want to turn it over. Oh, what is this? Some oil from that hole. You gotta yell it though. I'm not gonna yell it. Okay, this is finished. Now the next part. So it would be this, no, not this one. This is the skirt. Let's pin it down at this end. It's been only 3 hours? Not even full 3 hours? And I think I started from scratch today? Yeah, I did start from scratch today with the pattern. So it went quite quickly. and back. Couple of stitches. Forward again. So slower, you're gonna be done in a second. I'm not gonna be done in a second. Should I do this like that? It kind of stalls when I try to do it very slowly, or at least slowly like that. So yeah, now I can open the seam. That's as slow as I can go, continuously, consistently. Well, it kind of stops. The needle is maybe a bit blunt, and when it doesn't have enough inertia, then it doesn't want to go in as easily into the fabric. I could probably replace it, because I have new needles in here. I even have old needles. That looks very old. They came with the sewing machine, but I'm not sure when they were produced. Okay, I dropped everything. I think only one fell on the ground. Yeah, they are very loose in here. But yeah, I have no idea where those were produced. There isn't any date or anything on the package. Now the other half. First the front part. And the side body. The people, or the collectors maybe, because average people don't really usually think about stuff like that. But yeah, sewing machine collectors don't really like machines. Oh, add in progress. So maybe I will wait. So yeah, ads should be over. I was saying that sewing machine collectors don't really like sewing machines owned previously by professional seamstresses, because among them there was this common practice of wrapping a piece of cloth around this arm and using it as a pin cushion, because it's efficient and convenient and all. But the effect of that practice was that this arm, the lacquer on that arm, was horribly scratched. So I prefer not to do this, and I'm just reaching over to the actual pin cushion on the other side of the machine. Maybe I could make some sort of attachment that would wrap around this part in such a way that it wouldn't actually scratch the surface. The actual arm would be protected. Okay, now this part. Let's attach this at this end. At this end. a little backward. I'm going on that curve. I didn't do it with the needle down. And now I can open the seam, and then both halves will be ready. I can't quite push it under the foot. Okay, needle up, and let's now push it. Okay, this is almost better. This just doesn't want to move. Now? Okay, now it's moving. Maybe here I went a bit too close to it, to the edge. I think it's fine. Now down the center. Back. And forward. Well, actually, then I have to figure out these sleeves. So I will have stuff to do today. Now have it back. I ran out of the thread on the bottom again. Yeah, I'm using up a lot of thread. I'm still not sure what part is making that sound. Is that the thread? Maybe this bit? How about now? Okay, I think it's fixed. Well, maybe not perfectly. The other is coming up in 1 minute. Okay, this can go back on the shelf. And let's put this into here. Maybe a drop of oil in here. So yeah, this goes here. This can close back up. And now I have to put the thread on the needle. I was here, so let's finish that seam. What is this sound? Is something loose in here? Doesn't seem like it. Okay, so this is done. Now the shoulders. Here. I have to start from this side. No, from this side. Yeah. I'm thinking about the possibility of turning that around. Now backwards. Here. Yeah, from this side I have to start. Oh, anyway, I didn't exactly. I didn't like start correctly the stitch. Didn't lock the stitch. But when I will be flattening the seam, I will go around it. So I guess doesn't really matter. I still hear this weird clacking. I have no idea what that's about. Would it be maybe because I added some oil in there and now it's looser, I guess? Okay, this upper part is ready. Let's test it out. I think now it's better. And because they are saying, where was that? Way further down. 4-part collar, skirt. What was I looking for? Oh, skirt. And then The amount to add on for button stands varies according to the style of the edge desired. For a bound edge, add 1 inch. For a swelled edge, 1 1/4, and double stitched 1 1/2. So bound edge. So I think that would be the exact amount, because it would be with a normal edge with a binding. Where do I have some binding? Yeah, like this, for example. It would be just attached like this onto the edge. So they say that it's supposed to be 1 inch in that case, and double stitched 1 1/2. I did 1 1/2, so I assume that I should, for finishing this edge, for seeing how it would look like, I assume I should fold it by 1/2 inch. Right, 27, 8, 9. Let's add the skirt and see how that would look like. So for that side, it's that skirt. And this would go up to here. Okay, now I can spread the seam apart. Some people say that they are paranoid about putting your finger under the needle and sewing through your finger. I would be actually more worried about just those screws and stuff around the needle smashing your finger, because if you put your finger under here, there is no stopping that. It hurts quite a bit. At this speed, I think it could do some actual damage. I don't know if breaking the finger would be possible. But an injury in general, definitely. Like probably some swelling and stuff. The ad starts in half a minute. Yeah, I can start from here. I think in here I went a bit too low, but this should only affect the back and only one side, so that's not that important. This is done, and now I have to attach the back. So let's spread this. That's enough. Now the other side. Now up here. Okay, how does it look now? I think it's a bit better. A bit smoother. And maybe I should take out a bit more at the waist. Not sure about that though. Because back is fine, but sides could be maybe a bit better. So now let's do 1/2 inch. Roll the edge by 1/2 inch. I could technically do all the way around, but I think I will do it only in the front. But it could be, there could be issues, kind of. It would hang weird if it wasn't all the way around, maybe. Looks so good. Well, I have to see it in the mirror. And preferably with the daylight. So yeah, I have to mark 1/2 inch all the way around. Maybe I should add mirror to my list of usual searches for the on the different websites, different auctions. Because it would really be quite nice to have one of those tailoring mirrors with 2 wings on the sides. in a tailor mannequin. A mannequin I would have to make myself, because if it would be just kind of standard mannequin, it wouldn't help me that much, because it would have completely different proportions from me. So that's something I would have to do myself. And I saw actually videos on YouTube on making one of those. So maybe another project. Yeah, another project for you. I think Morgan Donner was making one of those mannequins. It looked quite complicated, because it's not like you are shaping from a rectangle or something. You have to make a mold of yourself, of your entire body. But yeah, it would be super nice to have one of those mannequins. Making patterns like this would become like a million times easier. Should I first finish this edge? Is that half an inch? Okay, this foot is roughly half an inch in width. So I can just reference that. I've seen them made, Rachel Maxey made one, and I think Bernard the Final made one. Yeah, it's a very popular project, it seems. I'm pretty sure someone had a video about some company making a professional mannequins. So they were scanning their body and then sending them for a professional mannequin to be made. I think that was Bernard Banner. Maybe. That's such a great idea, but I'm sure very expensive. Yeah. Very expensive. That's one of those things that you don't even have to check the price to be sure that's expensive. And definitely more expensive than making one yourself. And when that's the case, it's too expensive for me. I think I'm putting too much care into those mockups. A mockup sounds like something that shouldn't take ages to make. And I will technically put even more effort into that one, because for that one I will probably also make sleeves. Because I have to figure out the pattern for the sleeves. Okay, this side is done. And now the other side, I don't think I will bother with the pins. I will just depend on the width of that foot. Okay, now the hard part. I have to push the foot over that thicker part. In situations like these, I wish I had one of those industrial machines with different foot design, with this stepping foot that is stepping over the fabric. Actually, I wouldn't be too surprised if there was something like that for those machines, because there are a lot of different foots available, different feet. Like a zigzagging foot. At first you would think, how is that even possible? Because surely the needle itself has to move. But no, apparently it's possible to solve that problem with only the foot. You can have a foot that moves the fabric side to side. Okay, let's try it again. Okay, I think this is good. This also seems fairly good. Okay. I think that maybe not this. Yeah, here. Maybe, possibly, I could take out a bit more in this area. Like maybe, for example, instead of 9, it would be 8 3/4. Or maybe just change the shape of that end a little. I don't know. I will think about this. And the most important part, I will think about this after I see myself actually in the mirror instead of in the camera feed, because this is not perfect. Like, I can't see perfectly how it looks. It's not the same. But yeah, now let's think about the sleeves. Where is the sleeve system? This is side body, 4-part special features, few hints on making, facing the sleeves. Being made, carefully based on being made. This is not helping. The skirt again. I think here. The sleeve system. Yeah, this is the CPG system, and I guess it starts from the sleeves. The sleeve system, that's still the sleeve system, morning coats, and the system for morning coats specifically. So I guess the sleeves are the first part, and it's common for everything. Will you be able to move in it if you take it in? Probably, I guess. Because now I'm putting it together very loosely, and I have quite a bit of material in here, loose material. Well, maybe not quite a bit, Mm, hmm. I guess more than necessary, let's say that. And because of that, when I put this together, I have this forming. If I put this very, very close together, I get those folds. I guess most of the time I wouldn't be closing that. I wouldn't be buttoning it. So it would just stay like this. But still, I want it to be still good when I close it. And there is no way you can mod a yard in that. Why? I can move, I can bend, no problem. Well, let's close that with a pin. Or maybe multiple pins. If I would be doing something, I wouldn't probably have it buttoned. Yeah, no problem. And moving in any direction. And also, I don't think I would wear a coat when mowing the lawn. And also, I don't really do it. I did not expect this much movement. Why? It's well, the most now the most movement restricting piece of garment is my shirt, because it's a store-bought shirt. So it's my worst shirt. If I had my shirt that I made myself, it would be even better. Because yeah, that's how historical garments work. It's almost like people who were designing them actually had brains. Okay, from this will be gathered that we believe the safest plan on which any sleeve system can be worked is to take such measures from the scale as will enable us to produce the sleeve to fit and be in harmony with it. And as pitch or hang of the sleeve has very great effect on both the comfort and appearance, it will be necessary for us to clearly define where the seams should be pitched, so that the sleeve shall fit as we intend them. Diagram 7 to 17, 8 to 17. And what is that? 9 to... Oh, they are just not in order. Okay, that makes sense. I mean, I was kidding, but it looked tighter than it is. This is why I want on. Yeah, like this was made to 32-inch waist, and this particular mock-up, and my actual waist size, even over the this waistcoat, is how many? 28. So yeah, it's not very tight. Okay, first we get the sky measure from 7¼ to 12½, diagram 8, which gives the extreme width of sky. Okay. I have to measure the actual pattern. This is 2. This was 3. So this was 13. And this was 9½. And this I think the back sky, or the across back, it was 8½. So yeah, from here to here, 8½ up to 13. How much is that? 8 and 13, 5, 4½. Right? Yeah, it looked like or looks like it died quite a while ago, maybe like 20 minutes. I should have, maybe I should write some software to make some notification, some sound when the microphone dies. It would have to measure I think the average level of audio from the microphone, because I don't really have any way to like definitely say that it's not working. What was I looking at? Okay, having located these two pitches, take the square and with two arms extended, let one arm touch either pitch, and so adjust the arm G, so this longer arm, that it will occupy the position it is desired the sleeve shall hang in when finished. This will of course be more forward for the stooping figure and for the working man, and more backward for erected figure or such as desire a clean fit at the back sky and do not mind a little tightness on the elbow when the arm is brought forward. On the elbow I would definitely mind. So yeah, I want a bit forward. I am a working man. When the square has been thus adjusted, then both arms are touching the pitches, and both arms are touching the pitches. Now the quantity from E to the forearm pitch D, wherever that quantity is. Okay, so a little forward, a little backward. I'm not actually sure what is the neutral position. I guess this would be fairly neutral. Okay, so let's say it would be like that. And I'm not sure about the fact that point E in here, well, you can see the point E. You probably can see it anyway, because this paper is dark and glossy, fairly glossy. so I can barely see anything. But yeah, there is point E in here, and I'm not sure if the fact that this point E doesn't end up within the armhole doesn't matter, because I guess the problem with that, or this is not usual because I have very wide shoulders, so this is very close at, at the top, and normally on all of those illustrations it's not very close. So yeah, on this one, this sketch, this is diagram 10, it ends up within the armhole. This is 23, 22. Okay. When squared thus adjusted, then both arms touching the pitches, note the quantity from E to the forearm pitch D, and whatever the quantity is, mark it from 5 to 1. Okay. Diagram this. This one, E to forward pitch. So this comes up to almost perfectly 4 1/4. Yeah, know the quantity from E to the forearm pitch at D, and whatever the quantity is, mark it from 5 1/4 to 1, diagram 11. So 4 1/4, it should go up here, and because of that, in my case, it will be only 1/4 of an inch. And in here it's 1 inch, so I'm not sure about that. That could be problematic. Okay, what's the next step? And this would be C. At 1/4 of an inch. Having located these pitches, yeah. Diagram 11. Next, place the back of a closing position at the shoulder. Measure from F to D. From F to D. From F to D. Straight. This gives width of the sleeve head. Next, place the back in the closing position. Diagram 12. This doesn't really help me. Again, this 5 1/4 to 1, diagram 11. Next, place the back in a closing position at the shoulders. Oh, like this. from here to here, I think. Place the back in a closing position at the shoulders and measure from F to D. I think that's what they mean. What this size would be? Closing position, this gives the width of the sleeve head. Mark across from 1 to 9 on line C. Diagram 12. 1 to 9. Okay. 1 to 9. So this would be, this is 4, roughly 4. This would be 8. So yeah, I think this is 9. So I have to put those two together. This would be right around here. This is mark D. Here again, closing shoulder position, and I think they mean this length from D to F. It's also around 9. I would say 9 or 8 3/4 maybe. Eight 3/4 would be in here. What are further instructions? Mark from 1 to 8 to 9 on line C. Make O to 4.5, half of 1 to 9. Half of that. So it would be 4 and not quite a half. Four and something like that. Three quarters, so it's 6/8, and yeah, this divides into 8. Okay. So it would be in here. This is 4 and 3/8. Yeah, make half of that. Now draw a line from 9 to 4.5 and from 4.5 to 5 1/4. Okay. And the next line in here. Draw a line shown on diagram 13 and complete the sleeve head by adding on 5/8 of an inch of round between 4.5 and 5 1/4. Okay, 5/8 in here and 1/4 of a round between this and this. Okay, 1/4 in here. I don't know if that will fit. 5/8. 5/8. It would be like this. And 1/4. It would go over the line. Now I can draw this curve. Okay, what are the next steps? Diagram 15 as the other half. Now draw the line. Wait, where did I stop? Now place the back in a closing position, shoulders around the 1/4 of an inch round between this and this. Now measure around the bottom part of the sky as from F to D. Around the bottom part of the sky and apply that measure from 3 1/4 to 7, diagram 15. Now measure around the bottom part of the sky as F to D. Around the bottom. From 5 1/4 to 2.5. 2.5 in here. 1/3 of the quantity, and between this and this, the quantity in between 2.5 and 5 1/4, the under sleeve is hollowed and curve around round up 7. Seven and a half. Wait, again. Now measure around the bottom part of the sky as from F to D. It would be nice if they gave you this measurement as an example around the bottom part of the sky as F to D, and apply that measure from 3 1/4 to 7. From 3, that should be 5. That definitely should be 5. And apply that measure from 5 1/4 to 7. Diagram 15. There is 5 1/4, there is 7, but what is this 7 and a half? From 5 1/4 to 2 and a half, 1/3 of the quantity. Okay, so the full length should be 7 and a half. So why is this 7? Let's not think about this too much. Measure around the bottom. Do they mean like actually around the bottom like that? This would in fact be around 7 and a half, maybe 7 1/4. More like 7 and a half. So this, I assume, should be a right angle. Seven and a half, as in here, and then 2 and a half in this direction, and your remaining 5, and this is 2 and a half. Remaining 5 would go up to this line. Next step, 1 1/4 and a half of round, I assume. The under sleeve is hollowed 1/2 inch and a curve round 7 as shown in diagram 15. 1/4 of an inch in here. maybe I should actually lower this by half an inch, because I'm then adding this curve. So instead of 5, it would be 4.5. No, that's too much. I think it's fine. Half an inch in here, quarter in here. Okay, next step. Thus shape the upper part of the sleeve. We now proceed applying the length taken from the customer along for 3 seams, 2 on the back and 1 of the sleeve head. 2 on the back. Thus measure the width of the back as cut, deduct from it. Wait, which diagram? Diagram 16. 16 is that one. Elbow width plus half an inch. This is length of elbow, length of wrist, calf width. Allowing for 3 seams, 2 on the back and 1 on the sleeve head. Thus measure the width of the back as cut, deduct from it width of the back. Thus measure the width of the back. Width of the back. Deduct from it 3/4 of an inch and measure down from C to E. C to E. Length of elbow. Again, thus measure the width of the back. The width of back as cut. This is width. This is length of elbow. From C to E. Deduct from it 3/4 of an inch and measure down from C to E. Of diagram 7, the length of elbow. Wait, what? Having thus shaped the upper part of the sleeve, we proceed to apply the length as taken on the customer, allowing for 3 seams, 2 on the back and 1 on the sleeve head. Thus measure the width of the back as cut. Deduct from it 3/4 of an inch and measure down from C to E of diagram 16 the length of the elbow and mark the position. Then proceed to wrist or full length to D. Okay, and measure down from C to E the length of the elbow, I understand, but thus measure the width of the back as cut, deduct from it 3/4 of an inch. I have no idea what they mean, and it's not shown on the diagram. Hollow forearm at 1 inch, make the width of the elbow. To take as guide, we suggest quarter breast less 1 inch, as from 1 to E, to D, from 1 to D. Wait, this should be from to E, otherwise it doesn't make sense. For the width calf, we suggest 1/6 of the breast plus half an inch to taste. And the slope of the calf may be obtained by sweeping from D to F by C. From D to F by C. Again, the 1/6 the slope of the calf. Oh, slope of the calf. Okay, never mind. I thought that this is supposed to be curved. The slope of the calf by squaring, sweeping from F by C, or by squaring from E to D to F and the remaining draft. Diagram 17. Okay, let's do this part. Length of elbow. What is my length of elbow? I probably have this measurement because I was making a shirt. Let's see. Oh, a shirt. Length of sleeve. Okay, I don't have a length of elbow. My elbows don't have length. Are there instructions on taking this? Figure 11. So this was supposed to be measured at the back. 10, 20. Oh, like this. Length of the elbow. How am I supposed to measure that? Somewhere. It would be somewhere in here, this point, and then okay, what it says? 15, around 15. Let's note that and look at the table. Back to elbow, this is 21. Oh, wait, back to elbow, back to calf. How they are measuring this? I think they are measuring from the center of the back. Wait. Back to elbow. Here is 21, and across back is 7 1/4. 21 minus 7, Well, it is more or less 15 or something similar. It's teen. So I think this is correct. So, length of elbow, then the length of wrist. I could just make it oversized. Around 10. And what is supposed to be point F? Next place, closing position, shoulder measured from F to D. F to D. No, this is not the correct diagram. Place mark. So I want diagram 16. Diagram 15. Having the shaped part. Thus measure the width of the back. Deduct hollow elbow at 1 inch. Make width of the elbow. Take as guide the slope of the calf may be obtained by sweeping from D to F. Okay, so D is supposed to be the first measurement. Okay. Length of elbow. I'm gonna make it. Oh, this is supposed to be square, fairly square, I guess. Or maybe not square, not so square. Other side. 15. It would be up to here. Would that be correct? I think so. Elbow width and the standard width would be where was that? Diagram length of the elbow and make width of the elbow to take as a guide. We suggest quarter breast less 1. I have 35. Quarter would be 35 in 4. Quarter of breast minus 1. So 7. Not minus 1. Right. Take hollow forearm at elbow 1 inch and make width of elbow. To take as a guide, we suggest quarter of breast less 1 inch, as from 1 to D, or to E, I guess. Width of calf, we suggest 1/6 of the breast. Yeah, I'm not sure if in this suggestion they already include the seam allowance, because in here they say elbow width plus half an inch. So it's not. I'm not so sure about that. But let's do 8, 8 and 3/4, and move it back from here 1 inch. This goes up to here. Okay, so this is the width of the elbow, and this is too short. Then length of wrist. For take as a guide. For width of the calf, we suggest 1/6 the breast plus half an inch, or to taste. And divided by 6. So this is inconvenient. 5.83333. How much is that? Hmm. Uh, 5.833. I have no idea what is 533. Let's see. 7 divided by 8. It's 875. How about 13, 16? Okay, this is a bit lower. I guess 13, 16. 7/8 was more convenient. So yeah, 1, 5 and 7/8. Roughly 10 inches from this point, somewhere in here. Wait. 1/6 plus ½ inch. Okay, 35 divided by 6. plus 0.5. Okay, this is 6 1/3. A third would be something like that. Inches from here. It's here. Okay, so this is point D, this is point E, and this is point 1. Now F, I have to sweep from C by the C from D to this line. And this would be F. This is another one. Okay, now, well, here another line. And one here. This is almost perfectly the length of the ruler. Okay. Now I can do all of the adjustments, all of the curves, also this line from here to here. Take as a guide, sweep from C. Now we need to note the round given between the elbow and the calf and the slight hole between the top of the hind arm and elbow. And the system is complete. The usual depth of the calf is 3.5 inches. This, however, purely a matter of taste. 3.5 inches in where? Oh, like this. Depth of calf. So it should be rolled up. I don't actually know how it's supposed to look like. I don't think it should be rolled up. Oh, let's see in here. Anything in here? Well, this is frock coat and this is rolled up. And with morning coats there are no cuffs visible. Wait, is this the color diagram? The system making cut. Oh, now I understand. H, B, where is B? There is B. This two. Okay, so there is a color diagram. It's just diagram 11. Oh no, this is not diagram 11. This is so confusing. This is diagram 2. It's just for some reason this one. Did I hear historical tailoring? Is that follow from me? Thank you. Although I have to warn you that I don't do only historical tailoring. I do just whatever I feel like doing at the moment, or whatever I need. Right now I need some more clothes, so I'm doing some tailoring. So yeah, this is actually diagram 2. It's just for some reason only this diagram is with Roman numerals. And also the diagram 2 is inside of the skirt of diagram 1. So this is not confusing at all. But anyway, let's see the cuffs. Also, there was an ad, I guess. I wasn't paying attention again. The cuff details. Okay, I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be like rolled up like that. Okay, but for now, for this mockup, I think I won't do that. I won't bother with that. So yeah, ad should now be over, and yeah, I assume you had ads when I was responding. Thank you for the follow, but I have to warn you that I don't only do historical tailoring. I do just whatever I feel like doing at the moment, or whatever I need. Like for example, now I need some more clothes, so I'm doing some tailoring. But I also do some woodworking, traditional woodworking. As you can see in here, with those tools, and also some programming even. Wow, now it's way too low. Okay, the usual depth of calf is 3.5 inches. This, however, is purely matter of taste. When cutting the underside, button stands, yeah. Okay. There is nothing about the distances from the curves, so I guess I should only base it on that. There is a quarter of an inch in here. This is a quarter. In here, this looks like 3/8. This 3/8. It seems like much shallower than that quarter. So I'm unsure about that. Is it really not mentioned anywhere? The remaining draft. We need to only note the round given between elbow and calf. Between elbow and calf. And slight hole between top of the hand arm and system is complete. Okay, so I'm just gonna do slide. This is a quarter. That one is quite clearly visible on the diagram. And this I will just do by eye. Oh, time to end the stream. Okay, there is supposed to be a slight hole in here. I've dabbed in corsetry, but never had the motivation to finish one. Well, my motivation to finish my clothes, or at least mostly finish them, is the fact that I just want to wear them. Like, I don't do costuming. These stuff I do in terms of historical tailoring are not costumes. I'm just weird and I dress like that daily. So I need to finish everything because otherwise I wouldn't have anything to wear. At this point I actually don't have any other clothes. I only dress historically. And that doesn't mean I finish everything perfectly. Like there are still some pieces, like a waistcoat, for example, that's still not finished in the back. It's still just basted together in the bag because nobody sees the bag. So I'm just wearing it like that, for multiple years at this point. I would dress like it's 1890s, but if I could just don't have money or motivation to make stuff at the moment. Well, for me, the reason why I am making everything myself is also that I don't have money. Like I can afford materials because they are expensive. So it's always a big purchase when I have to buy some fabrics. But other than that, it's fairly inexpensive when compared to some actual tailor, and I wouldn't be satisfied with an actual tailor because I had some clothes made, particularly 2 jackets, and with 2 different tailors, and I wasn't satisfied with either of them. And hello, confused Mochi. Don't fix what isn't broken. Yeah, but it's more about finishing it, not fixing it. It's just not finished, and it's barely holding together. But yeah, when if I wanted to have someone else, some actual tailor, make clothes for me, it would have to be like that's probably around 5,000 zloty. So it's our Polish currency. And when I buy just the materials and make everything myself, it's around 300 probably. So it's a significant difference, really significant difference. So yeah, that's why I make everything myself. Maybe I could consider having something done by a tailor again, but there just aren't many tailors, so I would spend a lot of money. Well, if I did spend like this 5,000, for example, on some like actual good tailor and like other end of the country, then I would probably be satisfied. But just some average tailor that is in my region, I'm just not satisfied with stuff they do. So if I want to have something that would satisfy my expectations, I just have to do it myself. So yeah, this is done, I guess. The pattern for the sleeve, and I hope that it will fit. But I don't have time to test it because that's the end of the stream. It's already 19 or 7 p.m. So I'm gonna end right now, and tomorrow I'm gonna continue and add. Is this the one? Here in USA, the amount of expensive stupidity, buying materials costs too much. Well, here I can't even get materials. Like I was trying to buy some materials to look for some fabric in Poland, and I can't find anything. That's like just impossible to get something in here. So every time I'm buying fabrics, I import them from England, and that's also quite expensive. But it's something that I just have to I have to swallow. Thanks for the stream. Yeah. So yeah, tomorrow I'm gonna be finishing this mock-up, attaching the sleeves to this mock-up, and we'll see if that will work, if that pattern will be correct, because the shape is quite a bit different from these pictures because of my shoulders. But yeah, that's it for today, and see you tomorrow as always at the same time at around 12:30 UTC. Well, have a nice rest of your evening, since it's evening to you. Catch you later. Yeah. So yeah, that's it for today, and see you tomorrow. Where is my cursor? Okay, see you tomorrow. Bye.